Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. And, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The evening had arrived at 221B Baker Street with the particular quietness that October brings to London, a hush that settles between the day's bustle and the night's darker mysteries. The lamplighters had made their rounds an hour past, each gas lamp blooming into soft gold, as if the street itself were slowly opening its eyes to dusk. The light pressed against the windows of the sitting room, thick and buttery, fighting a gentle battle with the shadows that gathered in the corners like old friends awaiting their turn. Watson stood at the landing between floors, one hand resting on the banister worn smooth by decades of palms before his. The wood held a particular warmth even now, in the cooling evening, as if it remembered every touch, every hurried ascent, every weary descent. He had paused here, midway between Mrs. Hudson's domain below and the sitting room above, because something had caught his eye. Something small, something that had no business being where it was. A button, not just any button, but a brass one, military in its bearing, round and dignified, with a subtle shine that caught what little light reached this particular step. It sat precisely in the centre of the landing, placed with such deliberate care that Watson found himself staring at it, as if it might suddenly explain itself. The button was perhaps the size of a shilling, its surface marked with a faint crosshatch pattern that spoke of quality manufacture. It had not rolled there. No, this button had been positioned, set down with intention. Watson bent to retrieve it, his knee protesting slightly. The old wound from Afghanistan always grumbled when the weather turned cold, and tonight the wind outside carried the promise of frost. The button was cool against his fingertips, heavier than he expected, solid brass through and through. He turned it over, examining it in the dim light. No distinguishing marks, no regimental insignia, nothing to suggest its origin beyond its evident quality. "Mrs. Hudson," he called down the stairs, his voice carrying through the familiar geography of the building. The scent of her evening cooking drifted up to meet him, something with onions and beef, rich and patient, the sort of meal that knew it need not hurry. "Mrs. Hudson, have you lost a button?" The good landlady appeared at the base of the stairs, wiping her hands on her apron. Her face, round and kind in the lamplight, tilted upward with that expression of patient inquiry she reserved for her lodger's stranger questions. After years of Sherlock Holmes, very little surprised Mrs. Hudson, though she maintained a magnificent pretense of conventional shock when the situation demanded it. "A button, Doctor?" she asked, beginning her ascent. The stairs creaked their greeting. The third step from the bottom sang its familiar note. The seventh released its customary sigh. These were the sounds of home, Watson thought, the small music of daily life. Brass, well made, sitting square in the middle of the landing, Watson said, holding it out for her inspection. "I thought perhaps it had fallen from your coat, or—" But Mrs. Hudson was already shaking her head. her fingers reaching out to take the button from his palm. She held it close to her eyes, turning it in the light that filtered down from the sitting room above. "Not mine, Doctor. And I cleaned these stairs this very afternoon, swept them top to bottom, as I do every Tuesday without fail. This wasn't here at 4 o'clock. I'll stake my reputation on it." Watson felt a small prickle of interest at the base of his skull, the particular sensation that preceded every adventure he had shared with Holmes. It was absurd, of course. A button was merely a button. London was full of them, falling from coats and waistcoats, dropping from cuffs and collars, scattering themselves about the city like brass leaves from some industrial tree. And yet, someone must have dropped it since then, Watson reasoned, even as he felt the explanation strain against probability. One of our visitors, perhaps? Did Holmes have anyone call this afternoon? "Not a soul, Doctor. Mr. Holmes has been in his chair since luncheon, barely moving except to reach for his pipe. You know how he gets when he's thinking. Might as well be a statue for all the notice he takes of the world." Mrs. Hudson handed the button back to Watson, her expression thoughtful. "And I've been in my kitchen the whole while. I'd have heard anyone on the stairs. You know how they talk." She was right, of course. The stairs at 221B were incapable of subterfuge. They announced every arrival, every departure, every midnight journey to the kitchen for a glass of water. The building itself seemed to disapprove of secrecy, preferring instead to broadcast the movements of its inhabitants with creaks and groans and the occasional melodramatic crack that suggested imminent collapse, but never quite delivered on the threat. "How peculiar," Watson murmured, pocketing the button. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows in their frames. It was the sort of wind that made London feel older than it was, as if the city were remembering centuries past, when the Thames froze solid and wolves still ventured into the streets. The sound of it was like breath, the great, slow breathing of a metropolis settling into its evening rhythms. "Will you mention it to Mr. Holmes?" Mrs. Hudson asked, her tone suggesting she already knew the answer. Watson smiled. "I suppose I must, though heaven knows he'll either solve it in 30 seconds or declare it beneath his notice entirely." 30 seconds, I'd wager," Mrs. Hudson said, returning his smile. "That man can spot a scandal in a teaspoon. A button won't trouble him long." She descended the stairs with the careful grace of someone who had learned every step's personality, leaving Watson alone once more on the landing. He looked down at the spot where the button had rested, that precise centre point of the wooden boards. The more he considered it, the stranger it seemed. People dropped things, yes, but they didn't drop them with geometric precision. They didn't place them. The sitting room above beckoned, warm light spilling from the open door, like an invitation. Watson could hear the faint crackle of the fire, could smell Holmes's pipe tobacco, the strong shag he favoured, so pungent it seemed capable of thinking its own thoughts. He climbed the remaining stairs, each step familiar beneath his feet, and emerged into the comfortable chaos that was their shared domain. Holmes sat in his chair by the fire, long legs stretched toward the hearth, fingers steepled beneath his chin, in that attitude of profound contemplation Watson had seen 1,000 times. The detective's sharp features were softened by firelight, his hawk-like profile turned toward the flames, as if reading prophecies in their dance. Smoke from his pipe curled upward in lazy spirals, adding another layer to the room's complex atmosphere. Tobacco and old books, coal smoke, and the faint chemical tang from the experiments that sometimes colonized the dining table. "Holmes," Watson began, settling into his own chair with the satisfaction of a man returning to a favourite page in a beloved book. The oddest thing just happened. One of Holmes's eyebrows raised a fraction of an inch, his version of rapt attention. "Did Mrs. Hudson's beef surprise you by being mutton? Or has the Evening Post brought news that the Queen has taken up residence in a tree?" "Neither, though I wouldn't put the latter past you to investigate," Watson replied, pulling the button from his pocket. "I found this on the landing between floors. Brass, well made, sitting dead center of the landing, as if someone had positioned it there with a ruler." Holmes's eyes, which had been half-lidded with the drowsiness of thought, suddenly sharpened. He unfolded himself from the chair with the fluid grace of a cat who had been pretending to sleep, and crossed to where Watson sat. His hand extended, palm up, waiting. Watson dropped the button into that waiting hand and watched as Holmes held it up to the lamplight, turning it slowly. The detective's face betrayed nothing, but Watson had learned to read the smaller signs, the slight tension in the jaw, the way the eyes moved across the object's surface with the methodical precision of a scholar reading text. "Interesting," Holmes murmured, which, from him, could mean anything from mildly diverting to "call Scotland Yard immediately." "Mrs. Hudson swears it wasn't there at 4 o'clock when she cleaned," Watson offered. "And we've had no visitors since luncheon." "No visitors that announced themselves," Holmes corrected, still examining the button. "This is naval brass, Watson, but not from a uniform. The crosshatch pattern suggests manufacture for civilian use, likely a gentleman's overcoat of quality. Note the wear on the edges, barely perceptible, but present. This button has seen use, but not extensive use. 3 months, perhaps 4. Watson leaned forward, intrigued despite himself. "Can you tell me anything else?" Holmes crossed to his desk, retrieving a magnifying lens from the organized chaos that only he understood. He bent over the button, the lens catching firelight and throwing small rainbows across his face. Outside, the wind had found its voice again, a low moan that wrapped around 221B like a question. "There's a thread caught in the shank," Holmes said, his voice taking on that distant quality it assumed when he was assembling a puzzle in his mind. "Blue-grey, wool well twisted, expensive thread for expensive cloth, and here—" He brought the button closer to his nose, inhaling delicately. "The faintest suggestion of tobacco smoke. Not my shag, nor your milder blend. Something with Turkish leaf, costly. The sort of thing smoked by men who have both meat and particular tastes." "So someone dropped it from their coat," Watson concluded, feeling the mystery deflate, like a sail losing wind. But Holmes was shaking his head, his lips curving into that slight smile that meant the game was more interesting than it appeared. "Dropped it, Watson? Dropped it with such precision that it landed exactly center on a stair landing, while wearing an expensive overcoat that's barely 3 months old and smoking tobacco that costs more per ounce than Mrs. Hudson pays for a week's provisions." Watson felt the prickle return, stronger now. "You think it was placed deliberately?" "I think, my dear Watson, that someone wanted us to find it, or wanted someone to find it. The question is who and why, and whether they shall repeat the performance. Holmes returned to his chair, the button now resting on the arm like a small brass oracle. We shall see what tomorrow brings. The fire crackled, sending up a small constellation of sparks. Outside, London continued its evening transformation, the last shopkeepers closing their shutters, the first theatre-goers emerging in their finery, the eternal fog beginning its nightly creep-up from the Thames like a grey cat seeking warmth. In the streets below Baker Street, the city lived its 1,000 small dramas, its 1,000,000 minor mysteries. And on the landing between floors at 221B, a space now empty of buttons, but full of questions, the wood held its secrets and waited to see what the morning would bring. Watson settled deeper into his chair, feeling the day's tensions ease from his shoulders. Whatever this mystery was, if it truly proved to be, it would unfold at its own pace. That was the particular magic of 221B Baker Street. Here, time moved differently. Here, the smallest details mattered. Here, even a button could be the first word in a story not yet written. Holmes reached for his pipe again, his eyes distant with thought. The smoke rose and curled and disappeared into the shadows above, carrying with it questions that had no answers yet, mysteries that wore the comfortable disguise of ordinary things. And somewhere in London, in the maze of streets and the warren of buildings, in the flow of people and the current of lives intersecting and diverging like streams, someone was thinking of Baker Street and buttons and whatever strange purpose had brought the two together. The evening deepened, the fire burned lower, and the city outside breathed its patient breath, waiting. The second button appeared on Wednesday evening at precisely the same spot as the first. Watson discovered it while returning from his afternoon calls, his medical bag heavy with the weight of bandages renewed and medicines dispensed. The fog had been thick that day, the sort that turned London into a city of ghosts, where lampposts emerged from the grey like surprised sentries, and pedestrians became shadows with footsteps. His coat carried the dampness of it, that particular chill that settles into wool and whispers of November's approach. He had almost missed it. His mind was to Mrs. Hendricks in Marylebone, whose persistent cough refused to yield to treatment, and on the young clerk in Cheapside, whose fever had finally broken after 3 anxious days. But something made him glance down at the landing, some instinct born of yesterday's peculiarity, and there it was. Another brass button, identical to the first, sitting in exactly the same position. Watson stopped so abruptly that he nearly dropped his bag. The button gleamed up at him with an almost cheeky quality, as if it were pleased with itself for appearing. He bent to examine it without touching, a habit learned from Holmes. Observe first, handle second, disturb the scene never if it can be avoided. The button was a twin to yesterday's discovery. Same size, same brass composition, same crosshatch pattern, catching what little light penetrated the fog-dimmed windows. It sat dead centre on the landing with the same geometric precision, as if someone had measured the space and marked the exact middle point. "Holmes!" Watson called up the stairs, his voice carrying an edge of excitement he couldn't quite suppress. "Holmes, it's happened again." The response came in the form of rapid footsteps above. Holmes was rarely one for stairs when he could take them 3 at a time. The detective appeared at the top of the flight, his dressing-gown billowing behind him like theatrical curtains, his face alight with that peculiar energy that seized him when a case presented itself. "Don't touch it," Holmes commanded unnecessarily as he descended. "The position is everything, Watson, everything." He crouched beside the button with the focused intensity of a jeweler examining a diamond. From his dressing-gown pocket, which seemed to contain an improbable number of useful items, he produced a small ruler and measured the button's distance from each edge of the landing. Watson watched as Holmes noted the measurements in a small notebook, his pencil scratching quick observations. "Identical placement," Holmes murmured. "Within a quarter-inch of yesterday's position. Either we are dealing with someone of remarkable spatial memory, or—" He paused, his eyes scanning the landing surface. "They're marking the spot somehow. But I see no scratches, no indentations, nothing to guide placement." "Could it be the same button?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. "Perhaps someone retrieved the first one and is playing some sort of prank." Holmes shook his head, producing the first button from another pocket. He held them side by side, and even Watson could see they were separate objects. Twins, certainly, but individuals. The wear patterns, though similar, weren't identical. One had a slightly brighter patch where sunlight or handling had polished the brass. "Two buttons from the same coat, I'd wager," Holmes said, straightening. "Or at least the same batch of manufacture. Someone is leaving these deliberately, Watson, and with a purpose we have yet to divine." The sound of footsteps below announced Mrs. Hudson's arrival. She appeared at the base of the stairs, her face registering that particular expression of resigned curiosity that their investigations often inspired. "Not another one," she said, though her tone suggested she'd expected exactly this. "Another one indeed, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes confirmed. "And I must ask, have you seen anyone on these stairs today? Anyone at all, however briefly?" Mrs. Hudson climbed toward him, her hands clasped before her apron. "Only the usual, Mr. Holmes, the baker's boy this morning, but he never comes past the ground floor. I meet him at the door. The post came at 10, as always. You've had no visitors that I've seen, and Dr. Watson has been out since after luncheon." She paused, considering. "Though I was in the cellar for a good half-hour this afternoon, checking the coal supply. Someone could have slipped in then, I suppose, if they were quiet about it." "The cellar visit. What time?" Holmes asked, his notebook appearing again. 3:30 until just gone 4 o'clock, Mrs. Hudson replied, with the certainty of someone whose days moved by clockwork precision. Holmes glanced at Watson. "And you returned when?" 4:15, perhaps 20 past, Watson said. "The fog made everything slower. I had to practically feel my way from the cab." "So our button placer had a window," Holmes mused. 30 minutes, perhaps 40, when the stairs were unobserved, bold enough to enter the building, climb to this specific landing, place the button with precise care, and depart without announcement. This suggests familiarity with the house, wouldn't you say? Knowledge of Mrs. Hudson's routines, awareness of our habits. A small chill that had nothing to do with the fog touched Watson's spine. The idea of someone moving through 221B unseen, studying their patterns, learning their rhythms. It felt like an invasion, a violation of the sanctuary they had created here. "Should we inform Lestrade?" Watson asked. Holmes's expression suggested he was weighing the question with more care than it might deserve. Perhaps, though I confess I'm curious to see if our mysterious visitor will continue the pattern. 3 points make a line, Watson. 3 buttons might tell a story that 2 cannot. But by Thursday evening they had their 3rd button. Lestrade had arrived that afternoon, summoned by a telegram Holmes had sent that morning. The inspector stood now on the landing, looking down at the latest brass offering with the sceptical expression of a man who dealt daily with London's more dramatic crimes and found buttons somewhat beneath his pay grade. "Buttons," Lestrade said, as if testing the word for hidden meaning. "You've called me to Baker Street for buttons." 3 buttons, Lestrade, Holmes corrected, gesturing to the small collection now arranged on the sitting-room table. 3 buttons placed with geometric precision over 3 consecutive evenings, each appearing during a specific window when the stairs were unobserved. Surely even Scotland Yard can see the pattern. Lestrade picked up one of the buttons, turning it in the fading light. He was a decent man, Watson had always thought. Limited in imagination, perhaps, but solid in character. The sort of policeman who would never dazzle, but would never fail in basic duty either. His fox-like features showed genuine consideration now, the mockery fading into professional interest. "You think it's a signal?" Lestrade said slowly. "Some sort of criminal communication. Pickpockets use signals, don't they? Marks on doors, chalk signs, bits of cloth tied to railings. Could be a gang marking safe houses, or warning off others, or—" He warmed to his theory. "Marking targets for burglary. 3 buttons means 3 floors, perhaps, or 3 days until the job." Holmes had settled into his chair, his fingers forming that familiar steeple beneath his chin. "An interesting theory, Inspector, though it fails to account for why criminals would choose to leave expensive brass buttons as signals when chalk costs nothing and draws no attention. Nor does it explain the precision of placement, the specific timing, or the fact that 221B has never been successfully burgled in its history. A record I attribute largely to the perception that there's nothing here worth stealing, except possibly Watson's service revolver, and that's usually locked away." "Sometimes locked away," Watson interjected, thinking of the times he'd left it in his desk drawer when the locking mechanism had proven temperamental. Lestrade wasn't deterred. "So what's your theory, Mr. Holmes, if you're so certain I'm wrong?" "I have no theory yet, Inspector. I have observations, I have data, and I have questions. Theories come later, built on foundations of fact rather than speculation." Holmes rose from his chair, moving to the window where the evening fog pressed against the glass like a living thing. "But I will tell you what I know. These buttons come from an expensive coat, recently purchased or commissioned. They arrive during predictable windows of opportunity, suggesting our visitor knows this household's routines. They are placed, not dropped. The precision is too exact for accident. And there's something else." He turned from the window, his face sharp with interest. "On each button, I've detected traces of the same tobacco smoke, Turkish leaf, costly, distinctive. But more than that, each button carries the faintest scent of something else. Ink, Watson. Fresh ink, the sort used in offices and government buildings. Not the cheap ink of counting houses, but quality ink, the kind that costs money and suggests importance." Watson felt that familiar thrill of the chase beginning. Holmes's mind was engaging now, turning the mystery over like a Rubik's cube. seeing patterns where others saw only random colours. "So we're looking for a government clerk with expensive tastes?" Lestrade asked. "We're looking for someone who wants to communicate something," Holmes replied. "The question is what, and to whom? Mrs. Hudson, these buttons, they would have come through your door if your stares are as alert as you claim. Has anyone seemed nervous lately? Anyone who might be trying to catch your attention, or mine, or Watson's?" Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening from the doorway with a tea tray balanced in her hands, shook her head. "No one is unusual, Mr. Holmes. Just the regular tradesmen, and they're all people I've known for years. Though," she paused, setting down the tray with that careful consideration she gave to important thoughts, "now that you mention it, young Perkins from the grocer has been asking questions." "Questions?" Holmes's attention snapped to her like a compass finding north. "About who lives here, what floor you're on, whether you're usually home in the evenings. I thought he was just curious. You're rather famous after all, Mr. Holmes. People do like to gossip about you." "When did these questions begin?" Holmes asked. Mrs. Hudson's brow furrowed in thought. "Monday, I think." "Yes, Monday morning, when he delivered the vegetables. Said he was new to the route, wanted to make sure he knew which floors were which. I thought nothing of it at the time." Holmes and Lestrade exchanged glances. "This Perkins," Lestrade said, "he's just a grocer's boy." "That's what I assumed," Mrs. Hudson replied, "though he's well spoken for a delivery lad. Good manners, nice coat, better than most boys in his position wear." The fog outside had thickened as the evening deepened, turning Baker Street into a corridor of shadow punctuated by the warm gold of gas lamps. Somewhere in the distance a church bell struck 6, its sound muffled and strange, as if it were calling from another world entirely. The sound seemed to settle into the room, adding weight to the mystery that lay on the table in the form of 3 brass buttons. "I propose we wait," Holmes said finally. "Give our button lever 3 days of observation. If the pattern continues, we'll have more data. If it stops, we'll know we've been noticed watching. Either way, we learn something." 3 days? Lestrade looked doubtful. "Suppose this is part of something bigger. Suppose while we're watching buttons, there's a burglary planned, or worse." Holmes smiled, that thin smile that suggested he knew more than he was saying. "Then we'll be here to stop it, won't we? Besides, I have a feeling our button placer isn't dangerous. Mysterious, yes. Deliberate, certainly. But dangerous? No, Inspector. There's something almost apologetic about these offerings, something tentative. We're not dealing with a criminal mastermind. We're dealing with someone who's trying to communicate and doesn't quite know how." Watson watched the fog swirl outside the window, watched the evening settle into night, and thought about buttons and messages, about the strange language of objects left in precise locations. Somewhere in London, someone was thinking of Baker Street, thinking of stairs and landings, thinking of brass and placement, and whatever secret purpose drove them to return night after night. The game, as Holmes liked to say, was afoot. Though what game it was, and what the rules might be, remained as obscure as the fog-shrouded streets below. Lestrade sighed, recognizing defeat. 3 days, then. But I'm holding you responsible if this turns into something Scotland Yard should have handled sooner. "I wouldn't have it any other way, Inspector," Holmes replied, his eyes bright with the particular joy that mystery brought him. and on the landing between floors, the spot where 3 buttons had appeared, waited patiently to see if a 4th would join them, while London breathed its foggy breath and kept its countless secrets close. Friday brought no button, but it brought something perhaps more curious, a letter from Mycroft Holmes. The Morning Post arrived with its usual punctuality, delivered by a postman who had long ago ceased to be surprised by the volume and variety of correspondence that found its way to 221B Baker Street. Watson was at breakfast, working his way through Mrs. Hudson's excellent kippers, when Holmes emerged from his bedroom with the particular dishevelment that suggested he'd spent the night pacing rather than sleeping. "Nothing on the landing," Holmes announced before Watson could ask. "I checked at dawn, then again at 7, and just now at 8. Either our visitor has discontinued the practice, or—" He paused, reaching for the coffee pot, with the automatic movement of a man who treated caffeine as a fundamental necessity. "They're waiting. Testing to see if we're watching." "Perhaps they've simply run out of buttons," Watson suggested, though he didn't quite believe it himself. Holmes was about to reply when Mrs. Hudson appeared with the morning's delivery. "Post for you, Mr. Holmes, and one here that's marked urgent. Came by special messenger, not the regular post." The envelope she held out was thick, cream-coloured, and bore the unmistakable seal that indicated its origin, the Diogenes Club. Watson had seen enough of Mycroft's correspondence to recognize it instantly, though the urgent marking was unusual. Mycroft Holmes, that peculiar brother who held some undefined position in the British government, and preferred the absolute silence of his singular club, rarely marked anything as urgent. To Mycroft, urgency was a form of vulgarity. Holmes took the envelope with an expression Watson couldn't quite read, part curiosity, part apprehension, and perhaps a touch of that sibling rivalry that never quite faded even in middle age. He slit it open with his butter knife, a gesture Mrs. Hudson observed with the resigned patience of someone who'd given up trying to enforce proper cutlery usage. The silence that followed was profound. Holmes read the letter once, then again, his eyes moving across the page with that rapid, consuming intensity. Finally, he looked up at Watson, and there was something in his expression that made Watson set down his fork. "Mycroft writes to inform me," Holmes said slowly, "that a minor government courier has gone missing. A young man, recently employed, who failed to return from what Mycroft describes as an utterly routine errand involving utterly unimportant papers." Watson waited. He had learned over the years that when Mycroft Holmes described something as utterly unimportant, one should immediately assume the opposite. "The courier," Holmes continued, reading from the letter, "was last seen on Tuesday afternoon in the vicinity of Westminster. He was carrying documents that, and I quote, would bore even the most dedicated student of administrative minutiae. Mycroft suggests, in his uniquely indirect way, that I might keep an eye out for the young man, as his continued absence is beginning to cause what he terms minor inconvenience." "Minor inconvenience?" Watson echoed. "That's Mycroft's way of saying national crisis, isn't it?" "Usually, yes." Holmes set down the letter, his fingers drumming against the tablecloth in that rhythm that indicated his mind was making connections faster than he could articulate them. "But what's particularly interesting is this postscript. Listen, the young man in question has a habit of misplacing things, buttons from his coat, his tobacco pouch, his sense of direction. Quite hopeless, really, but harmless. If he should turn up on your doorstep looking confused, do be gentle. He means well. The silence that descended upon the breakfast table had weight to it, substance. Watson found himself staring at the letter as if he could divine meaning from its physical presence alone. Buttons, Watson said quietly. Buttons, Holmes confirmed. Mycroft doesn't waste words, Watson. If he mentions buttons in a letter, ostensibly about a missing courier, he's telling us something. The question is what and why he's chosen this oblique method rather than simply stating facts. Because he can't state facts, Watson suggested. If this courier is involved in genuinely sensitive government business, perhaps Mycroft is bound by secrecy. So he hints, suggests, leaves breadcrumbs for you to follow. Holmes smiled, that quick, bright smile of genuine pleasure that appeared when Watson proved his worth as more than a mere chronicler. Exactly so, my dear fellow. Mycroft is telling us that our button placer and his missing courier are likely one and the same. A young man, nervous, perhaps frightened, certainly confused, who is trying to make contact without quite knowing how. The buttons are breadcrumbs, as you say. But breadcrumbs leading to what? Mrs. Hudson, who had been clearing plates with studied casualness that fooled no one, paused in her work. You think that nice young Perkins from the grocer is actually a government courier? I think, Holmes said, rising from the table with renewed energy, that young Perkins from the grocer may be many things. And I think we need to examine those buttons more carefully. The sitting room became, as it so often did, a laboratory. Holmes had cleared a space on the table, pushing aside yesterday's newspapers and a monograph he'd been writing on the classification of tobacco ash. The 3 brass buttons lay in a row, each positioned on a square of white paper, each labelled with the date of its discovery. Watson watched as Holmes subjected them to an analysis that would have seemed obsessive if it hadn't been so methodical. The magnifying glass came out first, Holmes examining each button's surface with the painstaking attention to detail that had solved 100 cases. Then came the calipers, measuring exact dimensions. A small set of jeweler's tools allowed him to probe the thread remnants caught in each button's shank. The thread is consistent across all 3, Holmes announced. Same color, same weave, same quality. These definitely came from the same coat. But look here. He indicated a spot on the second button's edge. There's a slight scratch, fresh, that isn't present on the others. This button didn't simply fall from the coat. It was cut off quickly and perhaps carelessly. The thread was snipped rather than carefully unpicked. Why would someone cut buttons from their own coat? Watson asked, though as he spoke, an answer began to form. Unless they needed markers, needed something identifiable to leave behind, and buttons were what they had available. Precisely. Holmes moved to the 3rd button, holding it up to the light streaming through the window. The morning fog had burned off, leaving London wrapped in that peculiar autumn brightness that made the city seem younger than its years. And there's more. On each button, I've detected traces of that Turkish tobacco I mentioned, but also something else. Sealing wax, Watson. Red sealing wax of the type used by government offices. Not enough to see with the naked eye, but under magnification the traces are unmistakable. So our button placer works with government documents, Watson concluded. Or steals them, or carries them, or otherwise comes into regular contact with them, Holmes agreed. Which aligns perfectly with Mycroft's missing courier. But here's what troubles me. If this young man is trying to make contact, why this method? Why not simply knock on our door? Why not send a letter, leave a message with Mrs. Hudson, use any of a dozen simpler methods? Watson considered the question, turning it over in his mind. Fear, he suggested. If he's involved in something sensitive, perhaps he's worried about being followed, about being seen entering Baker Street openly. Possible, Holmes mused, but his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Or perhaps... He paused, his eyes distant. Perhaps he's not sure he should make contact at all. Perhaps he's testing, leaving these buttons night after night, seeing if we notice, seeing if we're worthy of whatever secret he's carrying. It's a strange kind of job interview, but then these are strange circumstances. The church bells struck 10, their sound clear and bright in the autumn air. Somewhere below, a street vendor called out his wares, fresh chestnuts, hot and smoking, a penny for a bag. The sounds of London's daily life filtered up to the sitting room, that constant percussion of a city going about its business, oblivious to the small mystery unfolding at 221 B. Baker Street. There's something else in Mycroft's letter, Holmes said, retrieving the cream-coloured paper from where he'd left it on the breakfast table. He mentions that the unimportant papers concerned routing schedules and delivery confirmations. Nothing that would interest foreign powers, nothing classified, just the mundane machinery of government correspondence. But then, at the very end, he notes that one of the confirmations was for a delivery to Baker Street. Watson felt his eyebrows rise. To us? Apparently so. Though what delivery, Mycroft doesn't say. And knowing my brother, his silence is as informative as his speech. We were to receive something routine enough not to raise suspicions, but this courier never completed the delivery. Holmes tapped the letter against his palm, a gesture of frustration. It's like watching a play through frosted glass. You can see shapes moving, hear muffled voices, but the details remain maddeningly obscure. Could the buttons themselves be the delivery? Watson suggested. Some sort of code, perhaps? 3 buttons, meaning something specific. Holmes considered this, his head tilting in that bird-like way that indicated active thought. It's possible, though it seems unnecessarily baroque. If Mycroft wanted to send us a message in code, he had simpler methods. No, I think the buttons are genuine attempts at communication, however awkward. Our young courier is trying to tell us something, or ask us something, or... He paused, struck by a new thought. Or perhaps he's trying to prove something. Prove what? That he can be trusted with secrets. That he's clever enough for whatever task he's been given. Think about it, Watson. If you were a young man newly employed by the British government, working for someone like Mycroft Holmes, you'd be desperate to prove your worth. What better way than to demonstrate you can operate with subtlety, can deliver messages without being detected, and can play the game as it needs to be played? Watson had to admit the logic was sound. He'd seen enough young men fresh from university, eager to prove themselves, willing to go to absurd lengths to demonstrate their capability. If you add to that the peculiar pressures of government service, the weight of official secrets, the constant awareness that one mistake could end a career, yes, a young man might do strange things indeed. So what do? Watson asked. Continue waiting for more buttons. Holmes moved to the window, looking down at Baker Street, where the morning traffic had picked up. Cabs and carts, pedestrians and policemen, the endless flow of London going about its business. Somewhere in that flow was a young man with a coat, missing several buttons, carrying secrets he was afraid to share, but desperate to deliver. "We wait," Holmes said finally, "and we watch. But more than that, we make it known that we're watching. Tonight, Watson, you and I will take turns observing the landing. If our courier appears, we'll be ready. Not to catch him, mind you. I don't want to frighten the boy. But to observe, to learn, to see what he does when he thinks no one is looking. And if he doesn't appear, then we'll know that fear or prudence has won out over duty, and we'll need to find another way to make contact." Holmes turned from the window, his face showing that particular animation that a worthy puzzle always brought. "Either way, we're closer to understanding. 3 buttons were a pattern, Watson. 4 would have been confirmation, but no 4th button. That's a message too, if we're clever enough to read it." The morning stretched into afternoon, the autumn sun tracing its low arc across a sky that couldn't quite decide between blue and grey. Mrs. Hudson brought lunch, collected plates, and asked no questions beyond whether they'd like lamb or beef for dinner. She had learned long ago that mysteries unfolded at their own pace at 221B, and that pushing for answers before they were ready only resulted in cryptic lectures about the importance of patience. Watson spent the afternoon catching up on his medical journals, though he found his attention wandering to the landing visible through the sitting-room door. Every creak of the stairs made him look up. Every whisper of movement drew his eye. But the landing remained empty, that precise centre spot unmarked by brass or any other offering. Holmes, for his part, seemed to enter a state of controlled waiting. He sat in his chair by the fire, smoking pipe after pipe, his eyes closed, but his mind clearly active. Watson had seen this before. Holmes withdrawing into his own thoughts, building mental architecture from the scattered bricks of observation and deduction. When evening came, bringing with it the lamplighters and the fog and the particular hush that settled over London at twilight, they were ready. Holmes had positioned himself where he could see the landing without being immediately visible himself. Watson sat in apparent casualness, a book open on his lap, but his attention focused on the stairs below. The city outside began its transformation from day to night, that slow alchemy of light and shadow. Gas lamps bloomed like urban flowers, their warm glow pushing back against the gathering dark. The fog rolled in from the Thames, soft and grey and full of secrets. And on the landing between floors, the spot where 3 buttons had appeared waited to see if mystery would yield to understanding, if secrets would emerge from shadow, if a young man with a damaged coat and a frightened heart would find the courage to complete whatever task had brought him, night after night, to the stairs of 221B Baker Street. The waiting, Watson discovered, was its own particular kind of torture. Friday evening passed in silence, the landing remaining stubbornly empty. Holmes sat vigil until past midnight, his form a dark silhouette against the dim glow of the street lamps below, as still as a statue, save for the occasional movement when he reached for his pipe. Watson had relieved him at 2 a.m, sitting in the chair Holmes had vacated, still warm from occupation, and watched the shadows play across the stairs until dawn broke grey and reluctant over London's rooftops. No button appeared. Saturday brought rain, the cold, insistent sort that November favoured, the kind that found its way beneath collars and through wool, that turned the streets into rivers of mud and made every surface slick with moisture. The city hunched beneath it, gas lamps reflecting in puddles like drowned stars, umbrellas blooming black against the grey. Watson made his morning calls despite the weather, visiting patients who needed him regardless of rain or shine. A child with croup in Bloomsbury, an elderly gentleman with gout in Marylebone, a young woman recovering from influenza in Fitzrovia. The usual parade of human ailment and resilience that filled his days and gave them purpose. When he returned to Baker Street just past 3 o'clock, soaked through despite his mackintosh and umbrella, he found Holmes in what Mrs. Hudson called one of his moods. The detective stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, staring out at the rain-swept street with an intensity that suggested he was trying to divine meaning from the patterns of falling water. "Nothing?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer from Holmes's posture. "Nothing," Holmes confirmed, without turning. "No button, no sign of disturbance, no indication that anyone has been near the landing except ourselves and Mrs. Hudson going about her ordinary business. It's as if our mysterious visitor has simply vanished." Watson shed his wet coat, hanging it near the fire to dry. The sitting-room was warm, almost stifling after the cold outside, the air thick with the smoke from Holmes's pipe and the coal fire that Mrs. Hudson had built up to combat the damp. Perhaps Mycroft's letter frightened him off somehow. If this young courier is as nervous as we suspect, maybe the free fact that official notice has been taken of his absence was enough to send him into hiding. Or perhaps, Holmes said, finally turning from the window, he's completed whatever purpose brought him here in the first place. 3 buttons, Watson, 3 nights. What if 3 was all he needed? What if we're meant to have done something by now, taken some action he was waiting for, and our failure to do so has led him to abandon the attempt? The thought was troubling. Watson settled into his chair, feeling the particular frustration of a puzzle with missing pieces. But what action could we have taken? We had no way to reach him, no message to respond to, nothing but brass buttons and questions. Holmes resumed his pacing, that familiar circuit from window to fireplace and back again, the route worn into the carpet by years of contemplative movement. That's precisely what troubles me. Were we meant to display something in our window? Leave our own signal somewhere? Track him through the city streets? The buttons feel like the beginning of a conversation, but without knowing the language, we're simply standing here mute. Mrs. Hudson appeared with tea, her timing as impeccable as always. She set the tray down with the careful attention of someone who knew that interrupting Sherlock Holmes mid-thought was a delicate operation requiring tact and proper refreshment. "If you don't mind my saying, Mr. Holmes," she began, pouring tea with practised efficiency, "you might be overthinking this. Young people these days, they do strange things when they're nervous. Perhaps your courier simply lost his nerve, got 3 buttons placed before his courage failed him entirely." Holmes accepted the tea she offered, though Watson suspected it would sit untouched until it grew cold. "Your wisdom, as always, cuts through my tendency toward complication, Mrs. Hudson. You may well be right, though I confess I find that explanation somehow unsatisfying." "The truth often is unsatisfying," Mrs. Hudson replied with the philosophical air of someone who'd spent decades managing a boarding house in London. Reality tends to be less dramatic than we'd prefer. That courier could be sitting in his room right now, mortified by his own strangeness, wondering what possessed him to start leaving buttons on strange staircases. After she departed, Watson and Holmes drank their tea in contemplative silence. The rain continued its percussion against the windows, steady and rhythmic, a sound that could either soothe or madden, depending on one's state of mind. Watson found himself in the former camp. There was something comforting about being warm and dry while nature performed its waterworks outside. "Tell me about the buttons again," Watson said finally. "What exactly did your analysis reveal?" Holmes's eyes brightened slightly. He always preferred having an audience for his deductions. He crossed to the table, where the 3 buttons still lay in their neat row, each on its square of white paper, like specimens in a collection. "Each button," Holmes began, lifting the first, "is brass, as we've established. But not just any brass. This is a specific alloy, one used by a particular manufacturer in Birmingham, who supplies primarily to the upper middle class. Military quality but civilian application. The crosshatch pattern is distinctive. You won't find it in common shops. These buttons would have been commissioned specifically for a coat of quality." He set down the first button and lifted the second. "The thread remnants tell us about the coat itself. Blue-grey wool, tightly woven, expensive. The sort of fabric a young professional might save for months to afford. Good enough to convey respectability. Not so fine as to seem above one's station. A coat for making impressions, for job interviews and important meetings." The third button received the same careful attention. And here we have our most interesting clues. The tobacco traces, Turkish leaf, as I mentioned, but mixed with something else. Virginia tobacco, actually, a blend that suggests someone trying to appear more sophisticated than they perhaps are. It's the sort of mixture a young man might smoke if he's attempting to fit in with older, wealthier colleagues. "Like government officials?" Watson suggested. "Exactly so. And then there's the sealing wax. Red wax, government issue, but applied carelessly. See these smudges? Someone handled documents sealed with this wax before the wax was fully hardened. Either they were in a hurry, or they're not accustomed to handling such documents yet. A new employee, perhaps, still learning the protocols." Watson leaned forward, examining the buttons with renewed interest. Under Holmes's magnifying glass, the tiny imperfections and traces became visible, a whole story written in microscopic detail on objects most people would dismiss as simple fasteners. "There's something else," Holmes continued, his voice taking on that particular quality it assumed when he was working through a deduction, even as he spoke it. "Each button carries traces of a peculiar scent. Underneath the tobacco and the wax, there's something organic. Not cologne or pomade, nothing deliberate. It's faint, very faint, but distinctive, once you know to look for it." He held the button close to his nose, inhaling delicately. "Ink, Watson. Fresh ink, as I mentioned before. But also paper. Good quality writing paper. The sort used for official correspondence. And beneath that, something else. Wood polish, lemon oil and beeswax. The combination Mrs. Hudson uses on our furniture, actually. This young man has been somewhere recently where the furniture was being polished." "Government offices," Watson suggested. "Possibly. Or any establishment that maintains high standards of presentation. The Diogenes Club, for instance. Various gentlemen's clubs. Wealthy private homes. Law offices. The Houses of Parliament themselves. Holmes set down the button with a sigh. It's suggestive, Watson, but not definitive. We have the portrait of a young professional, government-adjacent, nervous, trying to communicate something through an admittedly bizarre method. But we don't have his face, his name, or his purpose. The afternoon wore into evening, the rain showing no signs of abating. Watson took up his book again, a medical text on new developments in surgical techniques, while Holmes returned to his brooding contemplation at the window. The city outside transformed as darkness fell, the rain-slicked streets reflecting lamplight in long, wavering ribbons of gold. At 6:30, Mrs. Hudson brought dinner, a rich beef stew, perfect for the weather, with fresh bread still warm from the oven. The food's aroma filled the sitting room, temporarily overpowering even Holmes's persistent pipe smoke. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said as she set down the dishes, "you mentioned that young Perkins from the grocer asked questions about our household. Can you recall the exact nature of those questions?" Mrs. Hudson paused in her serving, her expression thoughtful. "Let me think. It was Monday morning, as I said. He delivered the vegetables, potatoes, carrots, onions, the usual order. Nice lad, perhaps 19 or 20. Well spoken. He asked which floor you lived on, whether you were usually home in the evenings, what time I typically finished my cleaning." "Did he seem nervous?" Watson asked. "Now that you mention it, yes. His hands shook a bit when he handed over the basket. I thought perhaps he was cold. It was chilly that morning. But now I wonder if it wasn't nerves." She paused, remembering. "He also asked about the stairs. Wanted to know if I ever had trouble with people going up to the wrong floor, whether the landings were clearly marked." Holmes's head snapped around. The landings. He specifically asked about the landings. "Well, yes. Said he'd gotten confused in another building recently, knocked at the wrong door, embarrassed himself. Wanted to know if we had the same problem here at Baker Street." Mrs. Hudson's eyes widened as she realized the significance. "You think he was planning, even then, to leave those buttons?" "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that our young courier was trying to solve a problem. He needed to identify a specific landing, this landing where Watson and I would be sure to find his offering. But he was concerned about making mistakes. The buttons aren't just messages, Mrs. Hudson. They're markers. He's been using them to make sure he doesn't knock at the wrong door when he finally works up the courage to make contact properly." Watson felt something click into place in his mind. That's why they're placed so precisely. He's marking the exact spot, the center of the landing, so he can't possibly mistake it for another floor. It's like leaving breadcrumbs, but the breadcrumbs are also road signs. "Precisely," Holmes said, and there was satisfaction in his voice, the pleasure of a puzzle yielding to logic. "Our young man isn't trying to communicate a message through the buttons themselves. He's trying to make sure that when he does come to deliver his actual message, he arrives at the correct destination. It's practical, even if it's peculiar." The rain chose that moment to intensify, drumming harder against the windows. Somewhere in London, Watson thought, a young man with a damaged coat was perhaps sitting in lodgings much less comfortable than these, working up courage for a meeting he'd been preparing for since Monday. "So what do we do?" Watson asked. "Continue waiting?" Holmes had already moved to his desk, pulling out paper and pen. We make it easier for him. If he's worried about finding the right door, we'll make it unmistakable. He began writing with quick, decisive strokes. Mrs. Hudson, do you have any of that red ribbon you use for wrapping parcels? Of course, Mr. Holmes. Excellent. Tonight, Watson and I will tie a red ribbon to our door handle. Bright, visible, unmistakable. It will serve as a signal. We understand his buttons. We're ready for his visit. He need not fear approaching openly. It was elegant in its simplicity. Watson found himself smiling at the idea, answering strange communication with strange communication, speaking the language of symbols and signs that their mysterious courier seemed to prefer. Mrs. Hudson departed to fetch the ribbon, leaving Holmes and Watson to their cooling stew. Outside, London hunched beneath its rain, a city of millions, where somewhere a young man struggled with duty and fear, with secrets and courage, with the simple challenge of knocking on a door and asking for help. "Do you think he'll come?" Watson asked. Holmes stared at the 3 buttons on the table, those small brass puzzles that had consumed their week. Tonight? Perhaps not. Tomorrow? Possibly. But eventually, yes. He's gone to too much trouble to simply disappear. Whatever burden he's carrying, he needs to share it. And he's chosen us, specifically us, to share it with. That decision wasn't made lightly, Watson. He'll come. The question is whether we'll be patient enough to wait. The evening deepened. The rain continued. And somewhere between the drumming of water and the crackling of fire, between patience and anticipation, 221B Baker Street settled into its vigil. The red ribbon appeared on their door, bright against the dark wood, a small flag of welcome in a city of closed doors and guarded secrets. And on the landing below, that precise centre spot waited, empty now, but heavy with the weight of 3 nights' mysterious offerings, pregnant with the promise of answers yet to come. The city breathed its rainy breath. The clocks struck the hours. And the game of buttons and badges, of nervous young men and patient detectives, moved toward whatever resolution waited in the fog-bound streets beyond. Sunday morning arrived with unexpected sunshine, as if London had exhausted its supply of rain and decided to try something different. The light came clean and bright through the windows of 221B, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny golden insects. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed and standing at the window, the red ribbon on their door visible just at the edge of his sight line. "Anything?" Watson asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Nothing yet, but the day is young, and hope, as they say, springs eternal." Holmes turned from the window, and Watson was struck by how tired he looked. The vigil of the past days was beginning to show in the shadows beneath his eyes, the slight looseness in his usually sharp movements. "I've been thinking about Mrs. Hudson's young Perkins." Watson rose, reaching for his dressing gown. The sitting room was pleasantly warm, the fire from last night having been rebuilt by Mrs. Hudson in her early morning rounds. "What about him?" "The timing, Watson. He appeared Monday morning, asking his careful questions. The first button appeared Monday evening. If we assume they're one and the same, and I think we must, then his reconnaissance was immediate and specific. He needed to know which floor, which landing, when the household would be otherwise occupied. That speaks to urgency, doesn't it? Not panic, but pressure. A timetable he's working against." Watson considered this while performing his morning ablutions. When he returned, properly dressed and ready for breakfast, Holmes was still pursuing his train of thought. And there's another thing. Mrs. Hudson said he works for the grocer. But which grocer, exactly? There are half a dozen within easy distance of Baker Street. If we knew which establishment employed him, we might be able to make contact ourselves, remove this dance of buttons and ribbons entirely. Mrs. Hudson solved this mystery when she arrived with breakfast: eggs and bacon, toast and marmalade, tea strong enough to revive the dead. "Thompson's on Marylebone Road," she said when Holmes posed the question. "I've dealt with them for 15 years. Reliable, good quality, fair prices. Young Perkins is new, though. Only started the week before last, I believe. Monday was his first delivery to Baker Street." "His first delivery anywhere, perhaps," Holmes mused, attacking his eggs with the appetite of a man who'd forgotten to eat the previous evening. New to the position, new to the routes, new to navigating London's buildings. That would explain the anxiety, the careful questions, the need to mark his path. "But it doesn't explain Mycroft's letter," Watson pointed out. "If this boy is simply a grocer's delivery lad, how does he connect to a missing government courier?" Holmes smiled, that particular smile that meant he had a theory, but wasn't quite ready to share it. "Perhaps, my dear Watson, he's both. Government work doesn't always announce itself with brass plates and official uniforms. Perhaps young Perkins is exactly what he appears to be, a grocer's boy, but that position provides excellent cover for other activities. Moving through the city with baskets of vegetables, entering buildings without suspicion, noting details about households and their routines. It would be rather brilliant, actually." The idea sent a small chill through Watson. "You think Mycroft's employing delivery boys as couriers? I think my brother employs whomever serves his purposes, and he's never been particular about conventional methods. Remember, Mycroft doesn't just work for the government. In many ways, he is the government, or at least certain invisible portions of it. If he needed information delivered discreetly, what better way than through someone who already has legitimate reason to visit dozens of addresses each day?" It made a peculiar kind of sense. Watson found himself remembering other cases, other times when Mycroft's influence had touched their investigations through the most unlikely channels. The brother, who rarely left his club or his office, somehow knew everything that happened in London, and he didn't acquire that knowledge by conventional means. "So what's our next move?" Watson asked. Holmes dabbed his mouth with his napkin, a gesture of finality. "We visit Thompson's, not to interrogate, that would frighten the boy further, but to observe, to see what we can learn about young Perkins, his habits, his roots, his state of mind. And if opportunity presents itself for casual conversation, so much the better." Thompson's grocers occupied a corner on Marylebone Road, its windows displaying pyramids of apples and oranges, its doorway releasing the mingled scents of tea and coffee, dried fruits and fresh bread. The shop had the comfortable, prosperous air of an establishment that had been serving the neighborhood for generations, where quality was assumed and trust was earned through decades of fair dealing. Holmes and Watson entered with the casual bearing of men who happened to be passing and remembered they needed something. Though what that something was, Watson couldn't have said. The shop was busy with the Sunday morning trade, housekeepers and servants making purchases for the week ahead, gentlemen buying small luxuries for their breakfasts. Behind the counter stood Mr. Thompson himself, a man of perhaps 60, with magnificent mutton chops and the dignified bearing of someone who took groceries very seriously indeed. He was measuring out tea with careful precision, his movements economical and practised. "Gentlemen," he greeted them with professional warmth, "how may I serve you this fine morning?" Holmes approached with the easy manner of a regular customer, though Watson knew for a fact that Holmes rarely shopped for anything, and left such mundane matters entirely to Mrs. Hudson. "I was hoping to compliment you on your delivery service. We're at 221B Baker Street, and your young man has been most punctual." Thompson's face brightened with proprietary pride. "Ah, young Perkins. Excellent lad, very reliable. Just started with us a fortnight ago, and I must say he's taken to the work admirably. Good memory for addresses, polite manner, always presentable. Hard to find quality help these days, you know." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "He seems a cut above the usual delivery boy. Well spoken, well dressed. How did you come to hire him?" Something flickered across Thompson's face. Not quite suspicion, but a subtle wariness. Watson recognized it as the look of a man who'd been asked questions that touched on matters he'd been told not to discuss. "Came with excellent references," Thompson said carefully. "From a very good family. Fallen on harder times, you understand. Needed respectable employment while he sorted out his circumstances. I was happy to help a young man trying to better himself." "Most charitable of you," Holmes said, his tone suggesting nothing but approval. But Watson caught the gleam in his friend's eye, the scent of a trail warming. They made a small purchase, some excellent Darjeeling that Mrs. Hudson would certainly appreciate, and departed. Once outside, Holmes steered them toward a tea shop across the street, where they could observe Thompson's without being obvious about it. "Did you hear that?" Holmes asked once they were settled with cups of indifferent tea. "Excellent references from a good family. That's not the usual pedigree for a grocer's delivery boy, Watson. Mycroft's hand is written all over this." "You think he placed the boy there deliberately?" "I think my brother needed someone who could move through London unremarked, someone who could make deliveries that were both genuine groceries and, perhaps, something more. Thompson knows, I'd wager, or at least suspects, that his new employee serves additional purposes beyond delivering vegetables. But Thompson is the sort of man who minds his own business and asks no questions when respectable people make respectable requests." They watched the shop for the better part of an hour. Customers came and went in the steady rhythm of Sunday commerce. But of young Perkins there was no sign. "Perhaps he doesn't work Sundays," Watson suggested. "Perhaps," Holmes agreed, though he sounded doubtful. "Or perhaps he's otherwise occupied. Remember, Mycroft said the boy went missing Tuesday. If he's been avoiding his government duties while working at Thompson's, he must be in quite a state of anxiety, caught between obligations, uncertain which master to serve." They returned to Baker Street as afternoon was settling into early evening. The autumn sun hung low and golden, painting the buildings in shades of amber and rose. The red ribbon on their door fluttered slightly in the breeze, bright and unmistakable. Mrs. Hudson met them in the hallway, her face animated with news. "You've had a visitor?" she announced, "or rather, almost had one." I was in the kitchen and heard footsteps on the stairs. Light, quick, young footsteps. By the time I came out, whoever it was had gone, but they left something. She produced a small package, wrapped in brown paper and tied with ordinary string. No address, no marking, nothing to indicate sender or intended recipient except its placement, sitting precisely in the center of the landing where the buttons had appeared. Holmes took it with the reverence usually reserved for holy relics. How long ago? 20 minutes? Perhaps 30. I'm sorry I didn't see him, Mr. Holmes. I should have been quicker. On the contrary, Mrs. Hudson, you did exactly right. Announcing your presence might have frightened him away entirely. This way, at least we have this. Holmes carried the package upstairs as if it might explode, Watson following close behind. In the sitting room, with good light and steady hands, Holmes unwrapped the package. Inside, nestled in more brown paper, were several items. First, a small leather notebook, the sort junior clerks used for taking notes and recording information. Second, a letter, sealed but not with official wax, just ordinary glue from an ordinary envelope. And third, wrapped carefully in tissue paper, a brass button identical to the 3 they'd already collected. A 4th button, Watson breathed. So the pattern continues. Or concludes, Holmes corrected, opening the notebook first. The pages were filled with a young man's handwriting. Neat, careful, occasionally marred by crossings out and corrections. The entries were dated, starting from 2 weeks previous, and seemed to be a combination of delivery routes, observations, and what looked like coded notations. Holmes flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning rapidly. "It's a log," he said, "a record of deliveries made and information gathered. Look here. 221B, Holmes and Watson, medical practice and consulting detective, daily patterns observed, evening vigils noted." He's been watching us, Watson, even as we've been watching for him. "Should we read the letter?" Watson asked. Holmes set down the notebook and picked up the envelope. It was addressed simply to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, in that same careful handwriting. He opened it with his letter knife, extracted a single sheet of paper, and began to read aloud. "Dear Mr. Holmes, I hope you will forgive the unusual method of this introduction. I am not by nature a person given to mystery or drama, but my circumstances have forced me into both. My name is Thomas Perkins, though you may know me as the boy who delivers groceries for Thompson's, or perhaps as the missing courier from Mr. Mycroft Holmes's office. I am, in fact, both these things, and therein lies my difficulty. I was hired by Mr. Mycroft Holmes 3 weeks ago to serve as a courier for sensitive but not classified documents. To provide cover for this work, he arranged my employment at Thompson's, where my grocery deliveries would allow me to move about London and make certain deliveries of a different nature without arousing suspicion. However, I have made a terrible mistake. On Tuesday last, I delivered the wrong documents to the wrong address. Instead of delivering Mr. Mycroft's correspondence to the Foreign Office, I delivered groceries to the Foreign Office, and correspondence to someone's kitchen. By the time I realized my error, I was too mortified and frightened to report it. The documents were recovered. The cook who received them, bless her, returned them to Thompson thinking they'd been delivered by mistake. But I could not face Mr. Mycroft Holmes to confess my incompetence. I have been leaving buttons on your landing as a way of, I confess, proving to myself that I could complete a simple task without error. Each night I would climb your stairs and place a button in exactly the right spot. It was foolish, but I needed to know I was capable of basic precision before I could work up the courage to approach you directly. I seek your advice, Mr. Holmes. Should I confess to Mr. Mycroft Holmes and face whatever consequences await? Or should I simply disappear, spare myself and him the embarrassment of acknowledging my failure? I know these seem like small matters to a man of your reputation, but they are the entire world to me at present. I will await your counsel. Your servant, Thomas Perkins. Silence filled the sitting room after Holmes finished reading. Outside, the evening was deepening, the Sunday calm settling over London like a gentle blanket. The letter lay on Holmes's knee, this confession of small disasters and large anxieties, of a young man overwhelmed by the simple burden of not wanting to fail. Watson felt something tighten in his chest. Not disappointment that the mystery had proved so ordinary, but something closer to empathy. How many times had he himself feared failure? How many nights had he lain awake worrying about a diagnosis missed, a treatment gone wrong, a patient lost to his imperfect knowledge? "Poor boy," Watson said quietly. Holmes was staring at the letter, his expression unreadable. Finally, he looked up, and Watson was surprised to see something like tenderness in his friend's usually sharp features. "Yes," Holmes said simply. "Poor boy indeed. Mycroft's national crisis was a young man too embarrassed to admit a simple mistake. And we've spent a week treating it like the Reichenbach Falls, when it was merely someone learning that perfection is impossible and error is human." "What will you tell him?" Watson asked. Holmes rose, moving to his desk where writing paper waited. "I'll tell him the truth, Watson, that everyone makes mistakes, that Mycroft's displeasure, while formidable, is not fatal, and that the real measure of character isn't avoiding error, but facing it honestly." He paused, pen in hand. "And I'll tell him about the fourth button." "What about it?" Holmes smiled. "That he placed it perfectly, Watson. Dead center, exactly where it should be. Whatever his mistakes with documents and deliveries, young Thomas Perkins has mastered the art of placing buttons on stair landings. One must celebrate competence where one finds it." Holmes's reply to Thomas Perkins was written that same evening, sealed with red wax. A deliberate choice, Watson suspected, to echo the official correspondence that had caused so much anxiety, and left prominently on the landing where the buttons had appeared. The letter contained an invitation. Monday morning, 10 o'clock, 221B Baker Street. Tea would be provided. Recriminations would not. "Do you think he'll come?" Watson asked as they retired for the night. "I think he must," Holmes replied. "He's already taken the hardest step, confession. Appearing in person is merely the epilogue to a story he's already committed to telling." Monday morning arrived with that particular quality of light that October sometimes offered as consolation for summer's departure, clear and cool, the air crisp enough to make breathing feel purposeful. Mrs. Hudson had been informed of their expected visitor, and had responded with the maternal efficiency that was her particular genius. By 9:30, the sitting-room had been transformed into something approaching respectability. Papers were stacked, chemical apparatus relegated to corners, the tea service polished until it gleamed. "I've made biscuits," Mrs. Hudson announced, arranging them on a plate with artistic precision. "The lemon ones. Young men always appreciate lemon biscuits." Watson, who had considerable experience with Mrs. Hudson's lemon biscuits, could attest to their excellence. They were the sort of biscuits that made confession easier, that softened harsh truths and reminded one that the world, despite its troubles, still contained small kindnesses. At precisely 10 o'clock, they heard footsteps on the stairs, hesitant at first, then gaining confidence as they climbed. A pause at the landing where the buttons had rested, then continuation upward. A soft knock at the door, barely audible, the sort of knock that hoped to be heard, but wouldn't be offended if ignored. "Come in," Holmes called, his voice deliberately gentle. The young man who entered was perhaps 19 or 20, with a sort of face that still hovered between boyhood and manhood, soft around the edges, but trying for firmness, eyes that wanted to be worldly, but remained startlingly vulnerable. He wore a coat that was indeed missing several buttons, the absence visible now that they knew to look for it. His hands clutched a cap, worrying at its brim with nervous fingers. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice catching slightly. "Dr. Watson, I'm Thomas Perkins. I received your letter. He faltered, looking suddenly as if he might bolt. "Please sit," Watson said quickly, gesturing to the chair nearest the fire. "Mrs. Hudson has made her famous lemon biscuits. We were hoping you'd help us with them. She's made far too many for just the two of us." It was the perfect thing to say. The practical concern about excess biscuits, the implied assumption that he would stay, the casual domesticity of it all. These things seemed to anchor the young man. He moved to the chair, sat carefully on its edge, and accepted the cup of tea Holmes poured with hands that trembled only slightly. Watson took the opportunity to observe him properly now. Thomas Perkins was well-formed, of medium height, with dark hair that curled slightly despite obvious attempts to tame it. His clothes were of good quality, but showed wear. The coat with its missing buttons, trousers that had been carefully mended at the knee, shoes that had been resoled but polished to compensate. This was a young man maintaining appearances with limited resources, fighting to project competence while circumstances conspired against him. "Thank you for coming," Holmes said, settling into his own chair with studied casualness. "I confess, you led us on quite a chase with your buttons. Watson and I have been puzzling over them for days. Even Lestrade from Scotland Yard got involved. He had theories about criminal gangs and coded signals." A flush crept up Thomas's neck. "I'm so sorry, sir. I never meant to cause such trouble. I needed to be sure I could find the right place. After what happened at the Foreign Office, I didn't trust myself any more." "Tell us about that," Watson encouraged gently. "What exactly happened?" Thomas took a sip of tea, gathering courage from its warmth. "It was Tuesday, my second week in Mr. Mycroft Holmes's employ. He'd given me 2 deliveries to make, groceries to Lady Pemberton's house in Belgravia, and a sealed envelope to the Foreign Office. Simple enough, I thought. I could manage 2 errands. He paused, his hands tightening around the teacup. "But London's so big, Dr. Watson. So many streets that look the same, so many buildings with similar addresses. I got turned around near Westminster. By the time I found Lady Pemberton's house, I was flustered, worried about being late. Her cook met me at the kitchen door, and I handed over what I thought were the groceries. But it was the Foreign Office envelope," Holmes supplied. "Yes, sir. and at the Foreign Office I delivered a basket of potatoes and carrots to a very confused clerk. It wasn't until I returned to Thompson's that I realized what I'd done. Mr. Thompson was kind about it. The cook had already sent a boy with the envelope, saying it had been misdelivered. But I was mortified. These were government documents, Mr. Holmes, even if Mr. Mycroft had said they were unimportant. What if I'd caused an international incident? What if I'd compromised national security? Watson suppressed a smile at the dramatic escalation. The young were always so certain their mistakes carried world-ending consequences. But the documents were recovered safely. No harm was done. No harm to the government, perhaps, Thomas said quietly. But I couldn't face Mr. Mycroft Holmes after that. He'd trusted me with responsibility, and I'd failed within days. I'm from a good family, you see. My father was a solicitor, my uncle a barrister. We had position, respect. But when father died and the debts were discovered, everything changed. My mother and sisters moved to my aunt's in Cornwall. I stayed in London, trying to make my way, trying to prove I could still be the man my father raised me to be. The words spilled out now, released by tea and sympathy, and the simple relief of confession. When Mr. Mycroft Holmes offered me employment, it felt like salvation. Real work, important work, work that mattered, and I ruined it in less than a fortnight. Holmes leaned forward, his sharp features softened by something approaching kindness. Mr. Perkins, may I call you Thomas? Thomas, you made a mistake. One mistake in your second week of employment, in a city you're still learning to navigate. The documents were recovered, no damage was done, and the only victim here is your own pride. But I couldn't face him, Thomas whispered. Mr. Mycroft Holmes he's so competent, so certain. I couldn't bear to see disappointment in his face. My brother, Holmes said dryly, is many things, but he is not without his own history of errors, though he'd never admit them, naturally. Let me tell you about the time Mycroft confused two near-identical diplomatic pouches and nearly sent the Austrian ambassador's lunch menu to the Prime Minister while the PM's briefing notes went to the ambassador's chef. The chef was apparently quite confused about why Britain's policy toward the Balkans involved so much asparagus. Watson blinked. He'd never heard this story, and strongly suspected Holmes was inventing it. But Thomas laughed, a small, surprised sound that broke the tension in his shoulders. Did that really happen? Thomas asked. Absolutely, Holmes said with perfect conviction. Though if you ever repeat it to Mycroft, he'll deny it unto death. My point, Thomas, is that everyone makes mistakes. The measure of a person isn't the avoidance of error, that's impossible, but how they respond when error occurs. I ran away, Thomas said, shame colouring his voice. You took 5 days to gather courage for confession, Holmes corrected. There's a difference. And in those 5 days, you performed your duties at Thompson's flawlessly, I'm told. You even developed an interesting system for ensuring you'd never misidentify an address again. Thomas's hand went unconsciously to his coat, touching the places where buttons had been. The buttons. I know it seems mad, but I needed something I could do right. Every evening, I'd come here, climb to your landing, and place a button in exactly the correct spot. It was like practice, proving to myself that I could be precise, that I could complete a task without error. It was remarkably precise, Watson agreed. We measured. Each button was within a 1/4 inch of the others. That's quite an achievement. And it demonstrates something important, Holmes added. You have the capacity for exactitude, Thomas. What you lacked last Tuesday wasn't ability, but familiarity. You were nervous. The city was confusing. You were trying too hard. But give yourself time, experience, and the confidence that comes from not expecting perfection, and you'll be quite competent at this work. Thomas looked up, hope dawning in his eyes. You think so? I know so. I've spent considerable time analyzing those buttons, and they tell me you have good attention to detail, strong spatial awareness, and the persistence to return night after night until your task is complete. Those are valuable qualities in a courier, far more valuable than never making mistakes. Mrs. Hudson chose that moment to enter with fresh tea, her timing impeccable as always. She took one look at Thomas, his hunched posture, his worried face, and her maternal instincts activated immediately. You look half-starved, young man, she declared, setting down the tea with definitive authority. When did you last have a proper meal? Thomas flushed. Yesterday, I think. Or perhaps Saturday. I've been too worried to eat much. Saturday? Mrs. Hudson's tone suggested this was tantamount to criminal neglect. Well, that won't do at all. You'll stay for lunch, naturally. I've got a nice joint of lamb that needs eating, and potatoes, and there's apple tart for afters. No arguments now. She swept out before Thomas could protest, leaving behind the undeniable certainty that he would be fed whether he wished it or not. Watson caught Holmes's eye and saw the same amusement reflected there. Mrs. Hudson had spoken, and the universe would bend to accommodate her will. You should know, Holmes said, returning to the matter at hand, that Lestrade from Scotland Yard was also quite invested in the button mystery. He'll be relieved to learn it wasn't a criminal conspiracy after all. Though I may let him stew a bit longer. It's good for inspectors to exercise their imaginations occasionally. Thomas managed a small smile. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. I never imagined my foolishness would attract such attention. On the contrary, your buttons made for an excellent puzzle, Holmes said. Watson and I were growing bored. October can be a slow month for crime. Too cold for comfortable burglary, too early for Christmas-related theft. Your mystery provided welcome entertainment. What should I do now? Thomas asked, the question carrying the weight of his entire immediate future. About Mr. Mycroft Holmes, I mean. Should I write to him? Appear at his office? Send a formal letter of resignation? Holmes considered this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I think, Thomas, that you should do none of those things. I think you should return to work, both at Thompson's and in your courier duties, and perform them to the best of your ability. My brother is undoubtedly aware of your small crisis by now. In fact, I'd wager he's known since Wednesday where you were and what you were doing. Thomas's eyes widened. But then, why didn't he? Because Mycroft likes to see how people handle their own problems, Holmes explained. He was testing you, Thomas, not your ability to deliver documents without error. Anyone can do that with sufficient practice. He was testing your character. Would you run away permanently? Would you make excuses? Would you grow from the experience or be crushed by it? And what do you think he's concluded? Thomas asked quietly. I think he's concluded that you're worth keeping, Holmes said with certainty. You made a mistake, yes, but you also showed persistence, creativity in problem-solving. Those buttons were quite ingenious, really, and the courage to eventually seek help, rather than simply disappearing. Those qualities are rare, Thomas, Mycroft doesn't suffer fools, but he does appreciate people who can learn from their errors. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below. Luncheon in 20 minutes. Holmes stood, extending his hand to Thomas. So here's what you'll do. You'll eat Mrs. Hudson's excellent lamb. And believe me, refusing would be more dangerous than any government work. Then you'll return to Thompson's and resume your duties. Tomorrow morning you'll appear at Mycroft's office as if nothing unusual has happened. And if he asks about your week, you'll tell him honestly about your mistake and what you learned from it. No drama, no elaborate apologies, just facts. Can you do that? Thomas rose as well, taking Holmes's hand with a grip that was firmer now, steadier. I think so, sir. Yes, I can do that. Excellent. And Thomas, keep that notebook you left us. Make another one. Record your routes, your observations, your thoughts. It's good practice, and it will serve you well in this work. Actually, sir, Thomas said, a hint of embarrassment creeping back, I was hoping you'd keep it, as evidence that I really was trying, that the buttons meant something, in case Mr. Mycroft asks. Holmes smiled. Very well. We'll preserve it as evidence of your dedication. Though I suspect you won't need character witnesses. Your future actions will speak for themselves. They descended to luncheon together, the crises now transformed into merely a story, an episode in the life of a young man learning his way through London and employment, and the difficult art of forgiving himself for being human. Mrs. Hudson's lamb was indeed excellent, the potatoes perfectly roasted, the apple tart sweet with autumn fruit. And on the landing between floors, where 4 buttons had appeared over 4 anxious nights, the space stood empty now, its purpose served, its message delivered, its small mystery solved, with kindness rather than censure. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, golden and forgiving, as London went about its business outside, and 3 people shared a meal that celebrated that most ordinary and most precious of human qualities, the ability to make mistakes and still deserve lunch. The afternoon stretched out with the leisurely quality that Mondays sometimes possessed, when obligations had been met and crises resolved. Thomas Perkins sat at the table in 221B's sitting room, fork in hand, looking considerably less haunted than he had upon arrival. Mrs. Hudson's lamb had worked its restorative magic, and the apple tart, served with a generous dollop of cream, had completed what conversation and reassurance had begun. "Tell me, Thomas," Holmes said, leaning back in his chair with the satisfied air of a man who'd solved a puzzle and been fed well in the process. "How did you come to work for my brother in the first place?" Mycroft is notoriously selective about his employees. He doesn't simply pluck young men from the streets and assign them government duties. Thomas set down his fork, his expression thoughtful. "It was at my father's funeral, actually. Mr. Mycroft Holmes attended. I didn't know why at the time, though I learned later that father had done some legal work for the government years ago. After the service, Mr. Mycroft approached me. He asked what my plans were, what I intended to do, now that circumstances had changed." He paused, remembering. I told him the truth, that I needed employment, that my family had nothing left, that I was willing to work hard at whatever honest labour I could find. He looked at me for a long moment, in that way he has, as if he's reading your entire history from the way you stand. Then he said, "I may have something suitable. Come to the Diogenes Club on Thursday." Watson found himself lean forward, drawn into the story. Mycroft's methods were always fascinating. That peculiar combination of sentiment and calculation that governed his decisions. "And you went," Holmes prompted. "Of course I went. When a man like Mycroft Holmes offers an opportunity, one doesn't refuse out of pride or confusion." Thomas smiled slightly. The Diogenes Club was terrifying. All those silent men reading newspapers, not speaking, barely breathing it seemed. Mr. Mycroft led me to one of the private rooms, the only place conversation is permitted, and explained what he needed. "Which was?" Watson asked. "A courier who could move through London unremarked. Someone young enough to be dismissed as merely a delivery boy, but educated enough to understand the importance of discretion. Someone who needed the work badly enough to be reliable, but who came from a background that suggested integrity." Thomas's voice carried a mixture of pride and remaining anxiety. "He said my father's reputation vouched for my character, but that character needed to be tested under pressure. This position would provide that test." Holmes's eyes glittered with understanding. So the utterly unimportant papers were never unimportant at all. The entire thing was an examination. Mycroft's way of seeing how you'd handle both routine work and inevitable mistakes. "You think the mix-up was expected?" Thomas looked stricken. "You think he wanted me to fail?" "Not wanted," Holmes corrected gently, "but anticipated. Mycroft understands human nature better than anyone I know, and he knows that mistakes are inevitable, especially for the young and inexperienced. What he couldn't know, what he needed to discover, was how you'd respond to failure. Would you confess immediately? Would you cover up? Would you run? Would you find creative solutions?" Watson watched understanding dawn across Thomas's face. "The buttons," he said slowly. "You think he knew about the buttons?" "I'd wager my second-best violin that Mycroft has known your location and activities every day since Tuesday," Holmes said with certainty. "My brother has eyes everywhere in London. The moment you failed to report back, he would have set watches. They would have noted your continued work at Thompson's, your evening visits to Baker Street, your careful placement of brass buttons on our landing, all of it reported back to Mycroft, all of it data for his assessment." Thomas looked simultaneously mortified and awed. "So when he wrote to you, he was nudging the situation toward resolution," Holmes confirmed. "Mycroft rarely intervenes directly if indirect methods will suffice. By alerting me to a missing courier, he ensured I'd pay attention to unusual occurrences, like mysterious buttons appearing on our stairs. He was orchestrating the entire situation, Thomas, giving you rope enough to either hang yourself or weave a ladder. You chose the ladder." The young man sat in silence, processing this revelation. Outside, London continued its Monday rhythms, the distant call of street vendors, the clatter of cartwheels on cobblestones, the endless percussion of a city conducting its business. The afternoon light had shifted, grown more golden, as autumn afternoons did when moving toward evening. "I'm not sure whether to feel manipulated or grateful," Thomas said finally. "Both would be appropriate," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Mycroft's methods are Byzantine, but they're generally effective. And in this case, they brought you exactly where you needed to be, sitting in our sitting room, eating excellent lamb, learning that mistakes needn't be fatal. That's not bad orchestration, all things considered." Mrs. Hudson entered to clear the plates, her sharp eyes assessing Thomas's improved colour and more relaxed posture. "You look better, young man. Amazing what proper food and honest conversation can accomplish. Will you be staying for tea, or do you have deliveries to make?" Thomas glanced at the mantel clock, which showed nearly 2 o'clock. "I should return to Thompson's, actually. My afternoon route begins at 2:30, and Mr. Thompson has been patient with my distraction this past week. I shouldn't abuse his kindness further." "Very wise," Mrs. Hudson approved. "But before you go, there's something I want to give you." She disappeared into the hallway and returned with a small packet wrapped in brown paper. "It's thread, good quality, the sort used for coats like yours, and 4 brass buttons I found in my button box. They're not identical to the ones you left, but they're close enough. Can't have you walking around London with gaps in your coat. Not proper for a young professional." Thomas's eyes grew suspiciously bright. "Mrs. Hudson, I couldn't possibly—" "Of course you can. Consider it payment for the excellent mystery you provided. We don't get enough good mysteries at Baker Street these days. Most of what comes through that door is either too obvious or too tedious. Yours was just right. Now, do you know how to sew them on, or shall I do it before you go?" My mother taught me basic meanings, Mum. I can manage." Thomas accepted the packet with hands that trembled slightly, not from nervousness now, but from the overwhelming kindness of strangers who had become, in the space of a few hours, something approaching friends. Holmes rose, extending his hand once more. "Tomorrow morning, Thomas, 9 o'clock, Mycroft's office. Walk in with your head high, state what happened plainly, and accept whatever comes next with dignity. That's all anyone can do, and it's more than most manage." "Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. Mrs. Hudson. I don't know how to repay—" "By doing your job well," Watson interrupted kindly. "That's repayment enough. And, Thomas, if you ever find yourself in difficulty again, whether with government work or grocery deliveries or anything else, you know where we are. Baker Street is always here." They watched from the window as Thomas Perkins descended to the street, Mrs. Hudson's packet clutched carefully under one arm. He paused at the corner, looked back up at their window, and raised his hand in a wave before disappearing into the flow of London pedestrians. "Poor lad," Mrs. Hudson said, gathering the last of the plates. "Trying so hard to be perfect. Terrified of being ordinary. The world's hard enough without us making it harder on ourselves." "Wisdom, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, watching the now empty corner. "Pure wisdom. If only more people understood that competence and perfection are different things entirely." After she departed, Watson and Holmes settled into their customary chairs by the fire. The afternoon was fading toward evening now, that peculiar October twilight that seemed to arrive earlier each day, reminding London that winter was waiting its turn. "Do you really think Mycroft orchestrated the entire thing?" Watson asked, reaching for his pipe. "Absolutely. It has all his hallmarks, the indirect approach, the test disguised as routine work, the strategic revelation of just enough information to guide without commanding. My brother is many things, but subtle isn't usually one of them, except when it comes to testing character. Then he becomes positively Byzantine." Holmes tamped fresh tobacco into his own pipe, the familiar ritual of evening settling. "But that's not what's most interesting about this case, Watson." "No. What is?" "What's most interesting is what it reveals about human nature, about how we respond to our own failures, about the extraordinary lengths we'll go to in order to avoid admitting imperfection. Holmes lit his pipe, drawing deeply until the tobacco caught properly. Thomas could have simply confessed on Tuesday evening, a brief note to Mycroft. "I made an error. The documents are recovered. I apologize." The entire matter would have been resolved in a day. But he was too frightened, Watson said. Exactly. Fear of judgment, fear of disappointment, fear of confirming his own worst suspicions about himself. These fears drove him to increasingly elaborate behaviours. The buttons, Watson, 4 nights of buttons, placed with geometric precision, each one a small ritual of redemption. It's fascinating from a psychological perspective. Watson considered this, watching smoke from his pipe curl toward the ceiling. I suppose we all do that in our own ways. Avoid the difficult conversation, hope the problem will resolve itself, and perform elaborate dances around simple truths. Indeed we do, and that's what makes this case, if we can call it a case, so valuable. Not for what it tells us about crime or mystery, but for what it reveals about ordinary human struggle. Thomas Perkins isn't a criminal or a villain. He's simply a young man trying to navigate the impossible expectations we place on ourselves and others. They sat in comfortable silence for a time, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the occasional pop of tobacco in their pipes. Outside, the lamplighters began their rounds, each gas lamp blooming into life like a small declaration against the encroaching dark. "I suppose we should inform Lestrade," Watson said eventually. He did invest considerable time in the investigation. Holmes's lips curved into a smile. "Ah, yes. Lestrade and his theories of criminal gangs and coded signals. I think we owe him the full story, don't you? If only to see his face when he learns that his great button conspiracy was actually a young man's crisis of confidence." "You're enjoying this too much," Watson accused, though he was smiling. "Guilty as charged, but, in my defence, Lestrade could use some humility. He was so certain it was something sinister, so ready to see crime where there was only human anxiety. It's a good reminder for him, and for us, that not every mystery has a dark heart. Sometimes the truth is simply that people are confused and frightened, and doing their best with inadequate tools." Watson rose to pull the bell for Mrs. Hudson, intending to send a message to Scotland Yard. But before he could reach it, they heard footsteps on the stairs, rapid, authoritative, unmistakably Lestrade's particular cadence. The inspector burst into the room moments later, his fox-like features animated with excitement. "Holmes! Watson! I've had men watching the grocer's all day, Thompson's on Marylebone Road, and we've identified your button placer. A young man named Perkins works as a delivery boy, asking questions about Baker Street. I've got men ready to bring him in for questioning if you—" He stopped, taking in their relaxed postures, their obvious amusement, Watson's hand frozen halfway to the bell pull. "You've already solved it," Lestrade said flatly. "Solved it, heard the full confession, fed him lunch, and sent him on his way," Holmes confirmed cheerfully. "Mrs. Hudson made lamb. Excellent lamb, actually. Pity you missed it." Lestrade's expression cycled through several emotions: frustration, resignation, and finally grudging curiosity. "Well, don't leave me in suspense. What was it? Criminal conspiracy, blackmail, espionage?" "None of the above, I'm afraid," Watson said, gesturing for Lestrade to take a seat. "Would you like tea? This story deserves proper telling." Over the next half hour, they recounted the entire affair. Mycroft's letter, Thomas Perkins' confession, the mix-up at the Foreign Office, the buttons as waymarkers, and redemptive ritual. Lestrade listened with the patience of a man who'd learned that Holmes's cases rarely unfolded as expected. "So let me understand this clearly," Lestrade said when they finished. "I've spent a week investigating a young man who was literally just trying to find your door. 4 brass buttons, all that surveillance, my best men watching rooftops and following delivery boys, and the great mystery was social anxiety." "More or less," Holmes agreed. "Though I prefer to think of it as an excellent study in human behavior under stress. You should be grateful, Lestrade. Most cases are either too simple or too complex. This one was perfectly balanced, mysterious enough to be interesting, simple enough to resolve without bloodshed. That's quite rare, actually." "I feel like an idiot," Lestrade muttered. "Don't," Watson said kindly. "You responded appropriately to unusual circumstances. Better to investigate something that turns out to be innocent than to ignore something that proves dangerous. That's good police work, even if the result is anticlimactic." Lestrade absorbed this with visible effort to salvage his professional dignity. "I suppose. And the boy's not in any trouble? With the government, I mean?" "Mycroft will handle it in his own way," Holmes said. "But I suspect Thomas Perkins will emerge from this experience with both his position and a valuable lesson about handling mistakes. My brother has little patience for persistent incompetence, but he appreciates learning. Thomas demonstrated capacity for growth. That counts for something in Mycroft's calculations." "And the buttons? What happens to them?" Lestrade asked. Holmes glanced at the mantelpiece, where the 4 brass buttons now rested in a small display, each labelled with its date of appearance. "I think we'll keep them. A reminder that not every mystery involves malice, that sometimes the most puzzling behaviours arise from the simplest human needs, the need to be competent, to be forgiven, to find one's way in a confusing world." Lestrade rose to leave, shaking his head with the bemused expression of someone who'd expected drama and received philosophy instead. Only at Baker Street, only here could 4 brass buttons become a treatise on the human condition. I'll let my men know they can stand down from the grosser surveillance. "Do give them my regards," Holmes said. "And Lestrade, thank you for your assistance, even if it proved unnecessary. It's reassuring to know Scotland Yard responds so thoroughly to potential threats." After the inspector departed, Watson and Holmes returned to their contemplation of the fire. The evening had fully arrived now. London settling into its night rhythms, theatres opening, restaurants filling, the great machinery of urban entertainment beginning its nightly performance. "What do you think will happen to him?" Watson asked. "To Thomas, I mean. Will he succeed in this government work?" Holmes considered the question seriously. "I think he has a reasonable chance. He's demonstrated resourcefulness, persistence, and the crucial ability to learn from errors. Those qualities matter more than natural competence. The naturally competent often crumble when they finally make their inevitable first mistake. They've never developed the resilience that comes from recovering from failure." "You sound almost optimistic about human nature," Watson observed. "That's unusual for you." "Don't let it get around. I have a reputation to maintain." But Holmes was smiling. "Still, cases like this are useful reminders that not everyone who behaves oddly is a criminal. Sometimes they're simply young, overwhelmed, trying their best with insufficient experience. That deserves compassion rather than suspicion. The fire burned lower, shadows lengthening across the room. Watson found his thoughts drifting to his own younger days, the mistakes he'd made as a new doctor, the cases that had gone wrong despite his best efforts, the nights he'd lain awake replaying every decision and finding them all wanting. How different might those experiences have been if someone had told him what they'd told Thomas today? That mistakes weren't fatal, that learning was more valuable than perfection, that asking for help was strength rather than weakness. "I hope he takes our advice," Watson said quietly. "I hope he walks into Mycroft's office tomorrow with his head high." "I think he will," Holmes replied. "He found the courage to confess to us, and we're considerably more intimidating than Mycroft pretends to be." "Well, I'm more intimidating than Mycroft. You're mostly harmless, Watson. It's one of your better qualities." "I'm choosing to take that as a compliment," Watson said dryly. "As you should. Harmlessness is underrated. The world needs more harmless people with kind hearts and the willingness to feed nervous young men excellent lamb." They lapsed into silence again, but it was the comfortable silence of friendship, of shared understanding, of two men who'd seen enough of London's underbelly to appreciate stories that ended with kindness rather than handcuffs. Mrs. Hudson appeared once more, this time with the Evening Post and a fresh pot of tea. "You'll want to see this, Mr. Holmes," she said, handing over a cream-coloured envelope with the Diogenes Club seal. "Came by messenger just now. Must be important." Holmes opened it with his letter knife, scanned the contents, and began to laugh. A genuine, delighted laugh that Watson heard all too rarely. "What is it?" Watson asked. Holmes passed over the letter. It was brief, in Mycroft's distinctive hand. "Sherlock, thank you for your assistance with the Perkins matter. The young man will report tomorrow morning as scheduled. I trust you were gentle with him. He shows promise despite his theatrical tendencies." The buttons, by the way, were an unexpected flourish. I had anticipated several possible responses to his dilemma, but using coat buttons as navigation markers was not among them. One must appreciate creativity where one finds it. "I've enclosed a small token of appreciation for Mrs. Hudson's patience during the surveillance period. Do ensure she receives it with my compliments. Yours, M." Attached to the letter with a small clip was a check for a sum that made Watson's eyebrows rise considerably. "Good Lord," Watson breathed. That's more than generous." "That's Mycroft acknowledging that his little experiment inconvenienced our household," Holmes said, "and ensuring that Mrs. Hudson's loyalty remains firmly in the Holmes family camp. My brother understands the value of keeping landladies satisfied." Mrs. Hudson, when presented with Mycroft's cheque, stared at it with an expression that cycled through disbelief, pleasure, and finally determined practicality. "Well," she said firmly, "I suppose Mr. Mycroft Holmes has excellent taste in showing appreciation. This will cover that roof repair I've been postponing, and perhaps new curtains for the sitting room. These have been looking shabby for years, though neither of you would notice if they fell to tatters." "We notice," Watson protested. "We simply don't comment on domestic matters, assuming you have them well in hand." "Which I do," Mrs. Hudson confirmed. "But new curtains wouldn't go amiss. Something dark green, I think. Practical, won't show the smoke stains quite so obviously." she departed to plan her renovations, leaving Holmes and Watson to their evening. The city outside had fully transformed now, lamplight reflecting in windows, the distant sound of music from a pub down the street, the eternal susurration of London breathing its complicated breath. "Do you think we'll hear from Thomas again?" Watson asked. "Undoubtedly. Young men who leave buttons on stairs and confess their failures over lunch tend to stay in touch. He'll want to report his progress, prove he's learned, show that our faith wasn't misplaced. Human nature being what it is, we've probably acquired an informal correspondent." "Would that be so bad?" Holmes considered. "No, not bad at all. It might even be pleasant. London needs more young men like Thomas Perkins, nervous, earnest, trying desperately to do the right thing, even when they're not quite sure what that is. If we can help guide one such young man toward competence and confidence, that's not a bad use of our time." Watson raised his teacup in a small toast. "To Thomas Perkins, then. May he deliver his documents to the correct addresses. May he navigate London without confusion, and may he learn that perfection is impossible. But good enough is actually quite good." "Hear, hear," Holmes agreed, touching his cup to Watson's. "And to the case of the Baker Street buttons, the mystery that taught us that sometimes the most puzzling human behaviours arise from the simplest human needs." The fire crackled its agreement. The city hummed its endless symphony. And in the sitting-room at 221B Baker Street, two men sat in companionable silence, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of their shared life, 4 brass buttons gleaming on the mantelpiece like small medals, awarded to persistence, to courage, to the difficult art of asking for help. Tuesday morning would bring Thomas Perkins to Mycroft's office, would bring resolution to the government courier's brief disappearance, would bring the mundane conclusion to what had briefly seemed a fascinating mystery. But for now, at this moment, Monday evening stretched out with peaceful satisfaction, the particular contentment that comes from problems solved, not with brilliant deduction or dramatic confrontation, but with tea and sympathy and Mrs. Hudson's excellent lamb. Outside, the last of the lamplighters completed his rounds. The evening traffic thinned to occasional cabs and late pedestrians. The fog began its nightly creep from the Thames, soft and grey, and full of the 1,000 small secrets London kept even from itself. And on the landing between floors, now empty of buttons but rich with the memory of them, the wood held its peace, and waited for whatever new mysteries tomorrow might bring to the stairs of 221B Baker Street. The fire burned lower. The tea grew cold. Watson opened his medical journal and pretended to read, while his mind wandered through the events of the past week. Holmes reached for his violin, playing soft, meandering melodies that required no audience and offered no particular message, just sound and silence woven together in the way that evenings sometimes required. It had been, all things considered, an excellent experiment in human nature. Not the kind that made headlines or filled Watson's chronicling notebooks with dramatic revelations, but the kind that reminded them both why they did this work, not for the glamour of solved crimes or the satisfaction of catching criminals, but for the simpler, stranger pleasure of understanding people, of seeing beneath surfaces to the frightened, hopeful, struggling humanity that lived in everyone, even in nervous young men who left buttons on staircases because they didn't know what else to do. London breathed its evening breath. The clocks marked their hours. And at 221B Baker Street, another case closed, not with thunder, but with kindness, not with genius, but with grace, not with answers, but with the better gift of understanding. The buttons on the mantelpiece gleamed their quiet testimony. The red ribbons still fluttered at the door, a signal no longer needed, but kept nonetheless. And somewhere in London, a young man with newly sewn buttons on his coat, prepared for tomorrow's meeting with the same careful precision he'd brought to his nightly vigils. Nervous still, certainly, but perhaps a little less afraid of his own humanity. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was, Holmes would later tell Watson, exactly what Baker Street was meant to be. Not just a place where mysteries were solved, but a place where frightened people could come and learn that mistakes weren't endings, that confusion wasn't catastrophe, that the world, despite its harshness, still contained pockets of warmth where young men could eat lamb and be told they might yet amount to something. The evening deepened into night. The city settled into its dreams and nightmares, its hopes and fears, its endless cycle of struggle and survival. And in one sitting room, on one street, in one corner of that vast metropolis, two men sat by a dying fire and felt, just for a moment, that peculiar satisfaction that comes from having done something small and kind in a world that too often demanded grandeur. The case of the Baker Street buttons was closed. The mystery was solved. And human nature, that endless puzzle, revealed itself once more to be exactly what it had always been: complicated, confusing, occasionally absurd. But underneath it all, reaching always toward connection, toward understanding, toward the hope that when we fail, someone might be there to tell us that failure isn't fatal, and tomorrow offers another chance. The fire burned to embers, the city dreamed, and Baker Street kept its vigil, waiting for whatever morning would bring. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're drifting beneath the soft city lights of Vienna, the ocean-kissed air of Bali, the quiet midnight streets of Edinburgh, or the gentle glow of Kyoto. If this moment brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights of quiet comfort. Let the world slow down. Let your thoughts grow light. Let your dreams arrive softly. Sleep gently, now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.